Test. Test. Test.
Testing, testing.
Test. Test. You see it there? Okay. I don't hear it
Test,
outside.
test.
Oh, okay.
Now entering the ring is our primary Nigerian dwarf goat showmanship.
In the ring right now for our primary Nigerian dwarf goat showmanship, we have Audrey Kaza, Aurelia Hauk, Declan Schwartz, Elena Bautista, Kelsey Pressler, Lily Ash, and Mackenzie Mallon.
Okay, can you hear me? Is this working? How about now? Working? Not. Okay. Check. Test. It's working. Can you hear me? Maybe I need to be closer to over here. Test. 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 I think I need to speak up a little bit, even with the mic. My voice doesn't carry. Okay, well, good morning, everyone. Happy to come up and judge your show. Look, lovely day at your day. Couldn't be much nicer, right? It's just beautiful weather. Wow, we have a nice big group here of the youngest group of our showmanship. Look how well all. And we don't have a placement in this class, but just in general, we'll just make a couple of comments. We're looking for animals that are trimmed, clipped, and we're checking in the ears. We're checking the hoofs to see if the hoofs are trimmed. We check under the tail, see if it's clean. All these things for showmanship, but we normally don't check in the open or youth classes. But we want to commend all these youth exhibitors. They've come out and they've got their animals all nice and clean, and able to walk their animals around the ring to present them to me. And many of them, even at this age, are being very aware, keeping their eye on the judge. So I commend all of these youth for bringing their does in, and thank you for bringing them out today.
Our next class in the arena is primary pygmy goat showmanship. We have Harper Quintero, Macy Cinderud, Paige Conway, Rianne Cinderud, Warren Fender, and Willow Rubel.
So we have the showmanship for the primary. So what we're starting here with this age of the children is just getting them used to answering some questions. So in this case, we talked about what each of the goats' names were and, general overlooking the animal for the health. And as you can see, these are all in beautiful condition, nice and clean, brought and presented to the judge. And just some basic getting the children used to when they come in the class for a showmanship class that they'll be asked a few questions. So we asked the children where the pole was on the goat. Almost all of them. It was very impressive. They quite quickly went right to the top of the head to pick out the pole. And so I'd commend all these youth exhibitors that came out here and brought their goats out for all of us to see. So good job, everyone.
The next class coming into the ring is Junior Does, Junior Kids under 4 months. We have 6 entries: Alexis Franey, Corianne Kaza, Mackenzie Franey, Richard Hauk, Ryan Kennedy, and Sean Kennedy.
starting off with our first class in the dairy goat show. Okay, so we're starting with the doe in relation to her age. She's showing the most growth and development, the size and scale. Specifically, one is placing over 2 on her dairy. I see. I can't let this can't get blocked by a person or it'll cut out. And apparently, if I talk, how about here? Can you still hear me? Okay. So we were getting into the specific placings here. One was over 2 for the dairiness, the size, and the scale of the doe. She's a little more level when she travels around the ring over that top line than is 2. 2 is placing over 3 in her turn for a little more growthy doe. She's very open, but we're going to grant a little bit in the correctness of the rear legs to the third. Third doe is the youngest doe in the class, but boy, does she track correctly from the front and from the rear when she's on the move and at rest. And then 3 is placing over 4 for that correctness in the general appearance on this doe. Then we have 4 over 5 for the placing as she's standing and as she's tracking more correctly on the front legs than the doe that's standing behind her. And then the doe in 5 over 6, just really a little bit better chance to get a look at the doe. The doe at the end of the line is not really cooperating so much today, but we want to commend her for her nice straight front legs. Thank you.
In 6th place, we have Ryan Kennedy, Ramona Stars 4-H. 5th place, Corianne Kaza, Santa Isabel Julian 4-H. 4th place, Alexis Franey, Ramona Stars 4-H. 3rd place, Mackenzie Franey, Ramona FFA. 2nd place, Sean Kennedy, Ramona Stars 4-H. And 1st place, Richard Hauk, Ramona Stars 4-H. Our judge today for dairy goats and pygmy goats is Brian Heiser from Chino Hills, California. He has been showing and raising dairy goats since 1982 and showed extensively in the Midwest. He's worked with all breeds, but primarily Saanen, and he is retired from research and development in international plant breeding, where he was the managing director. Let's welcome Brian.
Okay, in this next class, we have only a single entry, a doe that really could take a lot more competition. You might have noticed as she's walking about the ring how very uphill this doe is, naturally very sharp up in those withers, and nice long bone pattern with nice breed characteristics about those ears. So she's well deserving of her first place, and we'll see her back in a little bit later.
This class was kids 4 to 8 months. First place goes to Richard Hauk, Ramona Stars, 4-H. Coming into the ring is junior does, junior yearling, 8 to under 20 months.
We will need all first and second junior does back ringside, please.
Okay, here we have a class of the dry does under 2 years. We're starting off a doe with in the class as she walked in. She's just high-headed doe that's so stylish and correct on the move. She's walking with more width than the doe that's standing directly behind her. She's also a bit longer bodied than the doe that's behind her. 2 then is placing over 3. This is for her dairy strength. She's more an upper rib doe. She's sharper up in the withers than the doe in 3. 3 then is over 4 for her body capacity. She's a deeper bodied doe. When you get back into the rear rib and into the flank, quite a bit more depth and power. She's also a very correct doe in her own right as she's traveling the ring. 4 then over 5. This was a dairy strength placing, more open in the rib than the doe that's standing in 5. She's also just a cleaner doe with a more looser, pliable skin than the doe that's standing in 5. 5 then is placing over 6. Doe that's stronger in her general appearance as she's tracking around the ring. She's straighter on her forelegs and walks with more width in those forelegs. And then the doe next to the last, over the last doe, this was a placing primarily on the width between the hocks as she walks. She walks with more width between those hocks and up into the escutcheon than the doe at the end of the line. Doe at the end of the line would be commended for her long dairy neck into the withers.
In 7th place, we have Mercy Ash, Ramona Stars 4H. 6th place, we have Mackenzie Franey, Ramona FFA. 5th place, Sadie Prather, Poway 4H. 4th place, Jana Courtney, Poway 4H. 3rd place, Lisa Cruz Batista, Manzanita 4H. 2nd place, we have Leela Courtney, Poway 4H. And 1st place, we have Amelia Courtney, Poway 4H. Entering the arena is grade junior does, junior kids under 4 months.
I need all first and second junior does ringside, please.
Okay, this is a recorded grade junior kid class. We have a doe that's placing 1/2. This is a doe that is showing more angularity in the stifle joint in general appearance, as you can see in the ring and as she's walking. She's also has more cleanliness about the poll than the doe that's standing in second. Doe that's standing in second must be commended for the long neck that's blending right into the nice sharp withers.
In second place, we have Kaya Pressler, Ramona Stars 4-H. And in first place, we have Rachel Ash, Ramona Stars 4-H. Now entering the arena are all of the first and second place junior does.
Okay, we have a lineup here for junior champion class of all the different ages in their respective division here. For the junior champion, we're going to go with a doe that is more naturally uphill. She's sharper in the withers than some of the other does that are out here. She also walks with a nice width and very open, very dairy. That's this Nubian kid right here in the toward the center of the ring. That'll be the junior champion. Okay, now for reserve champion. Although this doe is yielding just slightly up in that shoulder blending, up in the withers, the doe is considering her age and development quite a bit more size and development, more depth, more length, more stretch, especially more width between the hocks. She's also wider at rest and on the move over the rump. That's going to be up to the senior dry yearling at the front.
Our reserve champion, Junior Doe, belongs to Amelia Courtney, Poway 4-H. And our champion Junior Doe belongs to Liam Hauk, Ramona Stars 4-H. Now entering the arena are senior does 2 years old. If you are in the senior does 3 and 4-year-old class, can you please head to the gate to check in? Thank you.
Okay, so here we have a group of does. Interesting, these are 2-year-old does, all first fresheners, so not really any difference there as far as number of freshenings that would give us an indication of productivity about that mammary system. We're starting the doe with a doe that walks around the ring with much more correctness in general appearance. She's just a very smoothly blended doe. She walks out with that long neck into the withers very smoothly blended and very level across that rump. Just a lovely doe that we admired seeing her on the move. 2 then over 3. This was primarily a dairy strength placing. This doe is much more open ribbed than the doe that's standing in 3. She also, in the dairy strength, she's walking with a bit more width about her as she travels. 3 then over 4. Again, this is a dairy strength placing, a more loosely pliable skin on this doe. She's smoother and sharper up in those withers from the neck into the withers. She's also carrying more productivity about the mammary system with a higher rear udder attachment. 4 then is placing over 5. In her turn, she's walking in with more correctness in her general appearance, all the way from the loin, starting in the chine, into the loin, and then across the rump. She's also walking with more width than the doe that's standing in 5. 5 then over 6 is placing over a doe. While we commend this doe on the at the end of the line, she has not freshened with a normal pregnancy and is not carrying her milk. We do admire her general appearance, but the 5 over 6 is primarily in the mammary system. She's carrying a doe that's very well supported mammary system with a strong medial attachment there on her mammary, and again, more capacity and more dairy strength is that evidence of production of milk. And we thank you for bringing all your does in.
For our senior does, 2 years old, in 6th place, we have Sam Mitchell, Ramona Stars 4-H. In 5th place, we have Richard Hauk, Ramona Stars 4-H. In 4th place, we have Adeline Blake, Ramona Stars 4-H. 3rd place is Violet Mendez, Poway 4-H. 2nd place is Cadence Harvey, Poway 4-H. And 1st place is Avon Larson, Poway 4-H. The next class in the ring will be senior does, 3 and 4 years old.
We will need our first and seconds for seniors back ringside, please.
Okay, here we have a class of primarily 3-year-old does. We're starting the class with a very easy top here, a doe that's really balanced in all areas of the scorecard. Correct appearance. Um, she's very straight in the foreleg, nice angulation to the hind leg. She's very sharp up in the withers, strong across the back over that. She's so she's also extremely dairy with that sharpness, with that open ribbing skin. Again, very, very well balanced doe. Specifically, one is placing over 2 for her dairiness, for that openness of the rib, sharpness of the withers. She's also has a more securely attached mammary system that's higher in that rear udder attachment. 2 then over 3. This is a more upstanding doe. She's more smoothly blended up in the top of the shoulder blades in the crops. She's also carrying much more productivity about the mammary system, with more evidence of that milk production. 3 then over placing then over 4. This is a dairy. Let's see if it works. There we go. Well, I think I'm close enough you can hear me maybe anyway. 3 is over placing over 4, primarily for the dairiness. Also, she is higher in that rear udder, as you can see here, and she carries a stronger medial suspensory ligament, so the teats are placing more down directly under her than the doe is standing at the end of the line. The end of the line is the doe that's very, as you can see, she's a very well put together doe, and she's sharp in the withers, and we'll commend her for that.
For our senior does, 3 and 4 years old, 4th place was Madeline Kennedy, Ramona FFA. 3rd place, Rachel Ash, Ramona Stars 4-H. 2nd place, Mercy Ash, Ramona Stars 4-H. And 1st place, Clara Pennell from Poway 4-H. Our next class in the arena is senior does 5 years and older. All first and second place senior does, please make your way to the arena.
While at first glance it looks that the Hagenberg doe standing in second is a more productive doe, and maybe in overall amount she very well could be. But as you look at these does specifically, as you see them out in the ring, get your hands on them, see them moving in and at rest, the doe that's standing first has picks up points in general appearance, much smoother up in those shoulders than the doe that's in second. She's also, when you get your hands on her, she has more space between the ribs with less tendency free from excess fleshing between those ribs. Then in the mammary system, she has a little bit of advantage there in the height of the rear udder. She also has more balance and symmetry of the mammary system, and she has teats that are a better teat placement than the doe that's standing in second. With all that being said, the doe that is in second is quite a nice doe in her own turn. As you can see, she's a very strong general appearance doe with a mammary that's held well above the hocks, and a productive doe, and we'll commend her for all of those things.
Second place, we have Clara Pennell, Poway 4-H. And in first place is Alexis Franey, Ramona Stars 4-H.
So I feel like we have a very nice group of first and second place animals in the ring to choose and select for here for the grand champion today. We have the does here, oldest to youngest in line. So I think that there's a doe that, and you get her hands on her, she's much more open rib than anyone else actually in the ring, with the space between that ribbing. And actually, when you look out across the ring, you can see the ribs from where you are. You can see that they're facing toward the flank, not straight down, but facing toward the flank. And that dairy strength is also translating in the width in that chest floor. And when compared against the other does, she also has more extension of brisket than the other does. In a mammary system, she's excelling the other does with that extension of 4 other, especially in lateral attachments, the way it's smoothly blending up against the body wall. So for all of those reasons, we've got a doe here for our grand champion that's going to be the Tongaber doe in the center of the line. Congratulations. Now if we'll bring the second place doe up. So we have a nice lineup here for our reserve champion. 3 very nice animals. I think all 3 were very appealing to me as they walked in the ring in each of their classes. Now, when I get my hands on them, I'm a little bit of thoughts and changing my mind of maybe what was going to happen when I saw them in their classes. So for reserve champion, we have a doe that is just tremendously smoothly blended about the front end particularly. She's just so smoothly blended at the point of shoulder. She has actually more extension of brisket as well, but that whole front end assembly is lovely, not taking away from the other does that are in the ring, because they're actually quite nice about the front end as well. But she also has a little more correct shape about the mammary system, with more extension to the rudder attachment. She's a very upstanding doe. I just really admire the dairiness and the correctness of the general appearance on the doe. We're going to go back to this doe in the center of the ring.
For our senior does, reserve champion is Mercy Ash, Ramona Stars 4-H. And champion is Clara Pennell, Poway 4-H. Now we'll have our champion junior and senior does enter the arena.
So we have 4 very nice quality animals out in the ring, as you can see, all walking on strong feet and legs, all sharp and dairy animals, all very correct there in their general appearance. But for today, for the best overall doe, I think we have an easy choice here. We're going to go with Toggenburg doe that was grand champion in her division. And we'll just go straight with the reserve champion, best overall, with the Nigerian doe. These mammary systems are very high quality, and while the dry does are nice, they're not picking up enough points to go against those with this quality mammary system. So we have best overall and reserve best overall. Congratulations.
Our reserve best in show, Mercy At, for Ramona Stars 4-H, and best in show is Clara Pennell, Poway 4-H.
As we start to finish out our dairy goat, you guys start leaving the grounds, we ask that you guys please clean out your pens so that they're nice and clean when we move in tack this afternoon. Thank you. Now entering the ring is your senior dairy goat showmanship.
Okay, so senior showmanship. This is the most difficult of all the showmanship classes because, sorry for the long wait there, by the way. It takes a little while. So what was happening in all of that time was I was asking the exhibitors questions about parts of the body, 3 different parts of the body on the does, which this is senior showmanship. They're not the pole and the front leg and something like this. This is more specific questions. And also they were asked on the American Dairy Goat Association scorecard, how many points on the doe scorecard is that for body capacity? And that's actually 10 points. And there was various degrees. That's why I have my clipboard. I've learned over the years. Because some will get this part of the body right. They'll miss that. Some will, get the ADGA scorecard question right or not. And sometimes they'll get the questions right, but then the end, I've had it lay down in the just won't walk. This is the problem when you have a show person that's really on it. It's just that their doe either wasn't a good selection or sometimes it's just not their day. In this case today, we have a class of youngsters, of youth that have put in their work. Some of these guys, a lot of them, wow, they were right on. So the parts of the body. The first place showman excelled in all of these things that we're looking at. She named the parts of the body, which in this case are the crops. Would you point to it, please? Right in there behind the withers is where the crops are. We asked where the stifle joints are on the goat. That's the stifle joint. So you can see these are not easy questions. We also asked where is the point of elbow? Right there, that's point of elbow. Some people were pointing at the point of shoulder. Point of shoulder is up here. So those that are up to the top of the line did a very, very good job answering these questions with presenting their animals. Of course, the dress on the exhibitors, that was less of a concern because they are all appropriately dressed in their attire. So 1/2 specifically was very, very close placing. The only thing I can pick out was the placing on the stifle joint. I think was close, but I don't think it was quite exact. The joint itself. The other thing, minor, but we're looking for minor things at this point. When you show people that are as good and well qualified as they are, I would say, sorry, baby, maybe a little better on that tail. Yes, we're checking that. I'd say a little bit closer trim on the tail. That can be beauty in the eye of the beholder. I don't know that you're going to get docked on that most times in showmanship. So I'd say the exhibitor did a great job. She was really, really good. It gave me a start. I had to think about it for a while on these two. Then as you come back here with the others, we had, let me see, I'm walking around because I don't know their names. This is Madeline. So here we have a case where a lot of answers to questions. I think it's mostly the grooming of the animal. The animal could have had a little better grooming as far as a closer body clip and cleanliness, not cleanliness, but the clipping around the tail. So that was primarily the reason there. Then we come up to Sadie. Sadie did another great job with answering her questions. She got the parts on the scorecard. All that was correct as well. Just a little bit on the grooming on the doe. Now, it was a minor placement on the grooming, but all in all, I think that she did a very, very good job. Mackenzie also did a very good job. She has a bit of a young doe here that's kind of hard in showmanship because, it's only so much training that we can do at that age. But toward the end, did you notice how nicely she was walking? So good job. Okay. And then as we get down here toward the end, it was really mostly grooming on these animals and a little bit paying more attention to the parts of the body, I'd say. So as a senior showmanship class, this is the hardest one. And The youth in Southern California have a long tradition nationally of doing very, very well in showmanship classes. So I think that our future is in very good hands here. So congratulations, job well done.
For our senior dairy goat showmanship class, in 7th place is Richard Hauk, Ramona Stars 4-H. 6th place is Sam Mitchell, Ramona Stars 4-H. 5th place, Mackenzie Franey, Ramona FFA. 4th place, Sadie Prather, Poway 4-H. 3rd place, Madeline Kennedy, Ramona FFA. 2nd place, Leela Courtney, Poway 4-H. And 1st place, Clara Pennell, Poway 4-H. Our next class coming into the arena is intermediate dairy goat showmanship.
At the conclusion of dairy goat showmanship, we will be taking a 10-minute break before we start Pygmy. Now entering the ring is our intermediate dairy goat showmanship. Just a reminder, as you guys start exiting the fairgrounds, please make sure that your pens are clean so that we're ready to move in tack this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, this is intermediate showmanship. Again, apologies for it takes a while to get through all of the questions. Fewer questions, a little bit less difficulty in the questions. More trade-offs in this class as far as accuracy to some of the questions and cleanliness of the animals. But in the end, we have a showman that's come to the top over here. In this class, and maybe this is, you would think a little bit obscure, but it's still intermediate showmanship. So the parts of the body, it's again not going to be super easy. So this time we asked, where are the thistles on a doe? Some of the exhibitors got this correct, some didn't, but basically it's right here on the does. There's one on either side. So hips to pins and the thurls are right here, about a third of the way, 2/3 and a third of the way. So you'd like to have these nice and high, really level across the top. Decide. Sometimes these are not very pronounced. You could watch that on your does. That was the thurls. The next cannonbone. Most of the exhibitors actually got the cannonbone correctly. Can you point that out for us? It's right down there below the knee. There we go. That's the cannonbone. And then we asked about dairy strength. It's 20 points on the senior doe milking does. This was a bit of a toss-up as far as those that got it correct. Those that didn't are the standing in first actually got this correct, the only person in the class. So that's why she's one of the reasons why she's placing where she is, answered correctly to the questions. But as we come down the line, I won't go through them specifically every little last thing, but it was more accuracy in the answering of the questions. We get into a little bit in the center of the ring with some tails and some ears that were not quite as well as they could be trimmed, and then the lack of clipping as we get down to the end. I know clipping is really in showmanship, it's really a choice on a really young animal. Depending on the weather, we don't want to put them at risk if it's too chilly. But I feel at this time of the year, for a showmanship class, they pretty much should be trimmed and really ready for a showmanship. So congratulations to our intermediate youth for the good job that they did in the showmanship class.
In 6th place, we have Sean Kennedy. In 5th place, we have Adeline Blake with Ramona Stars. In 4th place, we have Avon Larson with Poway 4-H. In 3rd place, we have Mercy Ash with Ramona Stars. In 2nd place, we have Cadence Harvey with Poway 4-H. And in 1st place, we have Alexis Franey with Ramona Stars 4-H.
Next in the arena will be junior dairy goat showmanship.
Just a reminder, we will be taking 10 minutes at the conclusion of our dairy goat show before we start our pygmy show. As you guys exit the fairgrounds, please again make sure that your pens are cleaned up. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to switch over to this side. I think the mic might pick up better if I do. So another large class here with the showmanship, the next stage in line. So in this particular class, I didn't ask any questions about the scorecard. They got a break there, but I did ask about the parts of the body with varying degrees. Actually, we had 4 of the people that got all 3 of them right, which I thought was really quite good because they weren't easy questions, but we have some studious people that came to the top. Okay, so we were checking to see where are the withers. That one, most found those quite quickly. Not all, but most found the withers. Another one that was surprising that maybe wasn't as easy as you think was the muzzle right here at the end. It's not up here at the bridge of the nose, but it's the width of the muzzle, all about the nostrils and the width of the nose and the jaw and all those things, but it's right up at the end. And then we talked about the hawks. They did a really good job finding the hawks. No questions about the scorecard. So other than when we got through those questions and placed them with a kind of a rough cut, then we came back to the cleanliness of the animal, the clipping on the animal, how well the ears were clean, how clean the animal was, how clean they were under the tail. So we had some various degrees of a good job with that. So, but as we come down to it, we had a young exhibitor here that did a really good job answering the questions. She did a great job with the cleanliness of the animal. And another thing that I would say is every time the animals were stopped, as soon as they got stopped within reason, they get a little bit of to get the animal set up. But Lisa did a great job of having that doe look just right. She did a really good job with that. So I'd commend her for that. As we come down the way, we had, again, the correctness of answering the questions and cleanliness of the animals, down to where there were some trimming issues. As you notice, I try to check the same part on every goat in the ring, not always necessarily in every class, but that way I feel like it's the fairest for all the kids if I'm checking the same part on all of them. And I would say as far as the showmanship goes, I didn't spend as much time as sometimes when you spend more time in maneuvering in the ring. So, you know, how the exhibitor correctly moves out of a line and all of those sorts of things. But today we spent more time with the emphasis on the scorecard and parts of the body. So that's really good training for the showmanship people and the youth to know that that's going to be part of what they're going to be doing in the future. Okay, so congratulations on this group who brought their animals in, looking very nice today and did a great job. Thank you.
For our junior dairy goat showmanship, in 8th place, we had Corianne Kaza, Santa Isabel Julian 4-H. In 7th place, Ryan Kennedy, Ramona Stars 4-H. 6th place, Kaya Pressler, Ramona Stars 4-H. 5th place, Amelia Courtney, Poway 4-H. 4th place, Jana Courtney, Poway 4-H. 3rd place, Rachel Ash, Ramona Stars 4-H. 2nd place, Violet Mendez, Poway 4-H. And 1st place, Lisa Cruz Batista, Manzanita 4-H. So we'll now take a 10-minute break before our Pygmy Goat show starts. Thank you to all of the dairy goat competitors.
Now entering the ring is our registered 4 to 11 month.
Okay, we have a single entry here in this class, but we have an animal that's walking with a good width all the way around. Strong in the front legs, I think, in the shorter cannon bone, and a good expression of head. So this is a first place for your animal. We'll see you a little bit later.
Now in the ring is your registered yearling. Your first place 4 to 11 month went to Mackenzie Conway from Valley Center 4-H.
Okay, another single entry. I thought I was in the sweet spot. Very well balanced animal with good angulation to the hind leg, nice width all the way from front to back, with a strong back in addition to that. But I really admire the correctness as he's walking toward me and walking away on those feet and legs. Thank you. We'll see you a little later.
In the ring is your registered 6 years older. Your first place registered yearling went to Mackenzie Conway from Valley Center 4-H.
Okay, another single entry in this class. We have an individual with good expression of the head, nice balance and proportion there, expression of the eyes, intermediate length to the ear, broad muzzle. Also walking with nice width and also for his age, I think that he's walking on strong feet and legs. And we'll see you back a little bit later for the champion lineup.
Your first place registered 6 years and older went to Kinley Sargent from Ramona Wranglers. Now entering the ring are your unregistered 2 to 5-year-olds.
Okay, we have a class of 2 animals here on the Weathers with 5 and up class. One is placing over 2. This is an animal I feel that's more proportionate about the head, a little more balance in the length between the eye and the muzzle, a little more depth of jaw. So as the animal tracks around the ring, I think we have more width here. We have an animal that's tracking on those hind legs more correctly than the animal that's standing in second. The second place animal is going to be commended for the smoothness of blending up around those shoulders and up into the withers, nice and tight. Thank you.
Your first place unregistered 2 to 5-year-old went to Kinley Sargent, and your second place went to Willow Rubel. Both Owner Wranglers.
Okay, we have our first and second place animals in the rings right now in front of us. There's one animal I feel that's really excelling the others as far as the correctness on the feet and legs. Also, it's an animal with more intermediate slope of the rump from the hips to the pins. It's, like I said, less steep. Also, very nice balance head, I believe. More extension of the heart girth with the more extension, of brisket as the animals are on the move walking. You can point that out and see that. And I think that especially the animals on the move, you can really see the action of those legs. And we're going to go with this animal right here in front of me for the champion. now when we're comparing these animals for the reserve champion, there's one animal I feel that the feet and legs are stronger than the others. Also a nice balance to the head and blending up into the withers. Walking with really nice width all the way around. Just a very quality individual. We're going to go right here for the reserve champion.
Your grand champion weather went to Kinley Sargent, and your reserve went to Mackenzie Conway.
If you are just joining us, our judge today for Dairy Goat and Pygmy Goat is Brian Heiser from Chino Hills, California. He has been involved with dairy goats since 1982 and showed extensively in the Midwest. He has been involved with all breeds, but primarily Saanen, and he is retired from research and development from International Plant Breeding Company, where he was managing director. Oh, help me welcome Brian.
In the ring now, we have our registered 4 to 5 months.
So, interestingly, I'm going to leave these as they walked into the ring. I think we have the strongest over the back, the strongest, most level from up at those withers back to the hips. I think we've got good width there, best angulation to the hind leg, walking with really nice width all the way around, and a good strong chest on this individual as well. So it's going to be 1 placing over 2. 2 over 3. I didn't really get a great look at the third place animal as far as walking, but I think that there's more correctness about the legs there on the second place animal. A little more width as well. Again, also more width up in the muzzle in that head on 2 over 3. 3 is to be commended. I'm glad that she walked for me at the end. Thank you for that. And a nice individual in her own right. So thank you all for bringing them in.
For your registered 4 to 5 months, your first place goes to Mackenzie Conway from Valley Center. Your second place goes to Mackenzie Conway from Valley Center. And your third place goes to Mackenzie Conway from Valley Center. Now in the ring is your registered 8 to 9 month doe.
Single entry, but a nice animal here that's come into the ring. Balanced very nicely all the way around. The way it tracks on the legs as it's walking, with the width of the way it's walking, and the nice angulation to the hock. It also has short cannon bones in the front, strong back, good depth of chest. A lot of nice things. We'll see this animal back in the ring for the champion lineup. Thank you.
Your first place goes to Mackenzie Conway from Valley Center 4-H. Now entering the ring is your registered senior dry yearling doe.
Okay, a single entry here. Single entry, very well balanced animal. Could have taken on quite a bit more competition, I feel, with all the positive qualities about this animal. I like so many things. That is tremendous. up here over the loin and a nice strong back. Really beautiful width all the way around on this individual, nice depth and width in the balance, and a good strong head to go with that all the way from the muzzles to the alert expression in the eye. Thank you. We'll see you soon.
Your first place registered senior dry yearling doe goes to Mackenzie Conway from Valley Center 4-H.
So in the class here that we're judging with all the ages here together, I'm finding some real trade-offs between particularly the first two animals. We have the doe at the head of the line that obviously is walking with the most width front and back, and then we have an animal in the middle of the line, though it's more correct the way it's walking, and as you can see right now standing in the ring, much more correct angulation on the hind leg. We also have a doe that in the center of the ring, I would say that this animal is actually a little more level from the withers back to the hips as far as a stronger back, a little stronger in the rump as far as a more intermediate level to the rump, maybe not walking quite as wide as the animal at the front of the line. However, it's more correct the way it's those hind legs, a lot more correctness there, especially in those hind legs. And the little one at the end of the line, I think it's going to have its day in the future. It's got some strong competition standing in front of it. It's a nice individual, but for the reasons I mentioned, we're going to go right here for the champion. I'm just looking, right? Okay, so for the reasons I already expressed in the earlier class, I really admire the tremendous width up here in this oldest individual. It's also a little more true the way it's tracking in those forelegs. Nice width again, and really nice individual, nice balanced head expression of the eye, and set to the ear. So we're going to go right here for the reserve champion.
Your grand champion junior doe goes to Mackenzie Conway from Valley Center 4-H, and your reserve champion goes to Mackenzie Conway from Valley Center 4-H.
So we have a class here with two does. While not quite as deep in the heart girth as the doe that's standing in two, the doe that's in first is at rest and on the move, I think, is much stronger in the rear leg when she's tracking, and much stronger in the feet and the pasterns as well. The width is maybe is going to be granted here to the doe that's in second. That's is something that she really has going for her. But we're going to grant that width and commend her for that. But the first doe, I think, is going to be the doe that's going to take this class, in that she also is excelling not only on the rear leg, but she has a more pronounced capacity to the mammary system and more extension to the forudder. So we're going to take that into account as well. So our classing, and this is first and second, and it's also going to be grand champion and reserve grand champion. Thank you very much. So obviously an age difference here. As I see these animals at rest and on the move, especially on the move, there's one animal I feel has the most balance throughout, appropriate for her age in the width, and also more correctness now in her turn on the rear legs and strength of those pasterns. She also has stronger, more laid-in shoulders that are tight up against the body, up in the body wall. And again, on the heart girth, I think she's fuller at the point of elbow. And for all of those reasons, we're going to come down to the younger doe for the grand champion. Okay, so in the consideration for the reserve champion, some trade-offs here again on these two animals. But I think for that extension of brisket and the width between and the chest floor between those front legs and the way she's tracking as well, I think she's also stronger over the back and rump as far as that is concerned. So we're going to go up to this doe for the reserve champion.
Your overall doe, your grand went to Mackenzie Conway. Your reserve went to Mackenzie Conway from Valley Center 4-H.
Okay, we have one buck, and he's a quality buck. There's lots of nice things going on here. Really strong back, really nice width, the intermediate length to the hair, the way that the buck is moving when he's tracking around the ring. I admired all of those qualities. This is going to be first place and grand champion. Okay, so seeing these animals on the move, I see some pretty big differences in the way that they're walking and tracking on the feet and legs, also on the back and the strength of the back, particularly in the chine, um, and really overall width throughout and balance. I think of all those things taking into this consideration, we're going to come down here to this animal for the grand champion. Okay, bringing in the second place animal, a quality animal in his own right. But now we're for the advantages we have just in overall age and development and depth and width and expression of the head and the eye and the width of that muzzle. We're going to come up here to this buck for the reserve.
All right, your best in show went to Kinley Sargent with Ramona Wranglers 4-H, and your reserve best in show went to Mackenzie Conway with Valley Center 4-H. Now entering the ring is your senior showmanship.
So as we come into line here for showmanship, we have an exhibitor that did an excellent job of presenting this very clean animal, a very appropriate speed on the move, keeping the eye on the judge. Also did a very good job in answering the questions on all of the parts of the body. I was very happy to hear that, and very well deserving, and could have taken more competition today. So thank you for coming in and presenting your animal for us.
Your first place went to Kinley Sargent with Ramona Wranglers 4-H. Now in the ring is our junior showmanship.
Okay, so again, a class of one, excellent young show person that came in and walked the animal and made it look its very, very best. The animal was very well presented and clean in all areas, nicely trimmed feet. Also, this exhibitor answered the questions on parts of the body very well. I was very, very impressed. So that's a great job for this young of a show person to have that kind of knowledge, and a great future for you. So thank you for bringing in your animal. Thank you.
And your first place goes to Mackenzie Conway from Valley Center 4-H. Let's give a big thank you to our Let's give a big thank you to our judge today.